All right, there's the YouTube link. And I need to get chat popped out. Alright, let me do a refresh. There we go. Delmar, thank you for the follow. Okay. So I'm going to magically hope that this thing works. Just, you know, magically, totally. It's not a problem. I mean, that we know was going to happen. We gotta figure out what's causing that. It's happening far more frequently than it should. No! How? Alright, let's restart our extension host, because something is wrong here. Right, like our syntax highlight. And that's weird. So this was working. That's the part that's like so confusing to me. We were getting just the log we care about. And I'll explain what the actual issue is. And now it works! What? Okay. So accessing args 0 there is, I think, what's breaking it. But let's test this hypothesis. We don't see anything concatenated in the way we expected yet, but as we choose a file, that's it. What? What? Let's really dig into this. And yes, I didn't fully explain, but I'm just verifying what I'm seeing first before I try to explain it, because it's blowing my mind. So doing this message.test, is that the issue? Hold on, let me explain what's going on first. Is it just the fact that we're running a regular expression? I don't know. But okay, we're gonna see what the actual issue is this time. Click base, we load a file. And every log statement, either print error or print, either one is now concatenating every previous log statement they've done. Previously, all of these were like single liners, but we can see that it just keeps growing as we keep printing. So here, as an example, our first print error is exactly what we expected. Hey, no problem. Oh, that's chill. Sweet. Nice. Then our second print error includes that and then concatenates the next message it was going to do. And it just keeps doing that every single time we call this function. The only thing that is causing that currently, from what I can tell, right, if we comment out the entirety of the inside of this thing, I think it still does it. So message.test is what's causing it. Theoretically. All right, so let's double check. Let's look at it. Yeah, okay. If we get rid of message.test, all right, we're going to see this work. Are you kidding me? There's nothing in my brain that makes this make any sense. Right? Like, what? What? Why? What? How? How? This is the craziest thing, dude. This is the craziest bug we've dealt with in a long time. Message.index of, and let's just try this. Yeah, dude, my brain hurts from it too. Yeah, I did one today. Yeah, this WASM is cursed, but we might get it finally working. Had to replace the main.js file. Now we're seeing all logging get concatenated. So weird, let's figure it out. Yeah, that's over there, right? I'd say, anyone else double check the announcement channel? Maybe update if you need to. Yeah, no worries. I mean, could be my account. I don't know. But okay, so... Yay, this is so much fun. Hint, it wasn't. So... we've got these regular expressions. We've got our recent results. We're going to do this too. Let most recent print equal... and it'll just be empty string. All right, so most recent print is equal to message. Hold on, let me try one more. All right, slice. Let's see if that does it. Do we need to just clone the string because there's something weird and funky going on with how WASM is sending that? It's possible. Nope, that didn't fix it. So cloning it does not help whatsoever. Which means we need to do this hack. So most recent print is then that. Actual message is then message dot replace. And this returns a new string, right? We have to do it in that order. Actual message is then replace the most recent string with empty string. here's what we're in. Most recent print dot length greater than 0. We do that, or we just question mark. So then we do this. Most recent print is then message. We want raw message. We're gonna log recent result. And what up, Scrutely? How you doing? Are we not getting past that? What up, Krasner? How you doing? Oh, right. This isn't TypeScript. Oh. Wait, message.test is not a function? Wait, what? Well, that might have been our entire issue. So if that was throwing, it never finished, and that's why it's concatenating. Well, okay. Instead of test, we just do match. So that was the issue. Oh, man. Alright, so it was throwing, but we weren't seeing the throw. That was the whole problem. So there's something going on inside of the WASM that doesn't clean up the message that it sent over if the function we're doing to log things actually throws. I actually kind of understand that now. I think that makes sense. Okay. Alright, so hold up. I think just by even doing the try catch, we've actually fixed the issue too. Yep. Okay. So that was it. .test just isn't a thing. And it wasn't giving us any error, which is even weirder, right? It was just dying. I find that even stranger. So, yep, we figured out the issue. So weird, though. And, yeah, is .test not a thing? Regex test JS. Oh, we call it on the regular expression, and we test the string. That was it. Okay, that was my mistake. I had it backwards. Duh. That makes more sense. So we don't need any of that junk. I'm gonna say we probably don't need the try catching. But this goes back. Need message. Alright. So I'm glad we don't have to do that crazy hack loop. Because that would be gross. Alright, so now with 2 threads, this should resolve pretty quick. Ooh, microphone check. It's a little quiet on the microphone side, huh? Yeah, like real quiet. How is it over on YouTube? Yeah, get out of here, you troll. So here's another thing. We probably need to do the regular expression object instead of that. Mic is good on YouTube? Yeah, I just turned it up a bit too on OBS. Okay, so cool. Thank you for verifying that on YouTube. It does look a little quiet. I'm going to turn it up just a bit. Am I peaking on YouTube now? I don't know why. It looked like really quiet. What do y'all think on YouTube? Anyone even out there? Okay. It's fine. I just turned it up a bit. Did I mess it up? Or did I make it better? I'm guessing it's still fine. So, thank you for checking. Appreciate that. Alright, so we get our prints exactly as we wanted. Perfect. I just want to see the result come out of it, and yeah, we're probably not going to see the log of the message coming through, but maybe we will. Should be pretty quick, right? 10 seconds more or so. Unless we broke it again. So custom print error there is no good. Custom print looks okay. I didn't see... Hold on. We got whisper result as the event that we're dispatching on window. Shouldn't snippet have shown us that? It's drama sands. It's even better. Okay, so hold on. There's something we're still doing wrong in... Nope, wrong one. In this one? In this one. So, yeah. What's up with this? Maybe we want to leave the try catches here anyway. Just because something doesn't seem right. So, a thing I noticed about the previous run-through is that custom print error actually worked great here. It wasn't until our test function fired. I'm wondering if this new event thing is actually a problem. And yeah, we lack a lot of just like editor tooling by having to hack at raw JavaScript inside the HTML instead of getting TypeScript. It's a bummer, but it's... Failed to construct event, provided values not of type event in it. Oh, okay, hold on. Event init dict. This would probably be message. All right, that needed to be an object. We'll double check that. Yeah, not getting TypeScript in here. Annoying. But we could go fiddle with it in some TypeScript, and that would be fine. So we'll do this one more time, then we'll go try something real quick. Let TypeScript just tell us in a different file, and then we'll just copy it over. All right, so we do fire that event. It looks pretty good. We see result event come in. The first instance of it most likely has the message we care about. Maybe not. All right, so I'm not sure message is a valid prop. My guess is it just gets ignored. So let's go look at that. New event JS. What up, Mohai? How you doing? So in options here, can we not send a value with an event? Wait a minute. I could have sworn there was a way to do this. I'm going to have to look it up now. Oh, it's in detail. Is that it? We put it inside detail? Yep. And then over here, are we looking for detail? We are not. You're right. Instead of event, we should probably be doing custom event. That's it. You're right, because custom event's the thing they're recommending there. Yep. Good call. I didn't even read that part. I didn't even read. Why won't it read? All right, so we should see the recent result log happen with the detail we care about. It should come through on the event like we're expecting. And yeah, we should be able to wire the rest of this up and put it into our snippet value. And yeah, good call, Zepha. I just wasn't reading. Shows how often I have to create my own custom events, though. Pretty rare. Oh, and hold on. Recent result here. We didn't see that get pushed to from this. That means that our regular expression is no good. I'm gonna switch this back to this. I think this was actually working. Oh. No, you know what the issue was here? That. Had an extra bracket. We'll be fine now. Do we need to escape that, though? Let me double check this. Let's just do a regex tester real quick. Ah, shucks, I lost it though. I'm going to turn on preserve log, so that's getting a little annoying. Okay, so we should see a print any minute now. Up to 30 seconds, technically. So this did not get pushed. So we still got a bug with that. But we can take that entire string right there. And here's the issue with our regex now. We weren't doing that. So I think we got it now. Will it blend? Yeah, cool. Okay. So the next step, since we're getting that event through, we can get rid of some of these things we're not using. We are using bracket regex and whisper timing regex. Those are fine. Recent result we do need. And yeah, that all looks good to me. I doubt we're going to be running into any more try-catch issues with that, but I don't know. We should probably leave it there. We're not going to. So now, over here, right, we're logging this. What we end up wanting to do is we want to modify the snippet. Oh, yeah. Never mind. We're doing that in a couple of places. Oh, wait. Hold on. Set current snippet ID. We're doing that. Ah, we do have an update. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, it's very similar. Alright, so hold on. One thing I want to do, we've got this input right here. Now here's the thing, as we're typing, Sure, yeah, that was just my bad typing. All right, so that is working fine. Yeah, we can just do this part. But we need the content ref as well. So when this fires, so e.detail we just want to do the content ref. Current. Value is equal to e.detail. Now I want to try one more thing. I want to see if this fires the input. What's up, bad man? How you doing? Alright, so let me refresh over here just to be sure. That data did persist for us. When this comes back, we should get the audio inside content there, right, from the JFK wave. If that works and it saves properly, then we don't need to do some other stuff. I don't think this is going to fire our input event, though. So I just want to double check that. Right? That's why we commented out that other part. Right? We should definitely see this update. Yep. And so, my fellow Americans, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And we would probably want to do a trim on it, just because. But we do not see the input event. Yeah, so no matter what, that input event does not fire for us. And instead, we got to make sure that we update things here. So, yep, if we were to refresh, right, it has our original value because it didn't actually save it to the database. What's up, Antonio? How you doing? So we should also see this update. What up, Puzzless? How you doing? Bunch of y'all coming from Glasses finishing up? Who'd he end up rating? Oh, did he raid Userin? If so, great raid choice. All right, so that should have updated. If we refresh, we see the value there. Perfect. GitHub Markdown language. You want to create a nice GitHub custom profile? Nice. Yeah, there's definitely some like hacks you can do as well to like embed images and things like that. Yeah, all right. I think we're close. I think in here is where I want to do the trim. Let's comment this out for now because we'll probably want to log it later. But okay, so we have this totally working. Right? We get the recorded, or not recorded, but the pre-recorded audio in just fine, which is nice. Ooh, hold on. Let me make sure I mute the stream I'm lurking. Hey, nice, Lone Wolf. Hell yeah. Yeah, there you go. Nice, Antonio. Boom, we get the trim. We're gonna call it good. Okay, so carbon fiber PLA ball bearing holder, because why not? Sure. We haven't tested the recording input yet. So that's where we're going to go over and fiddle with it, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be totally broken. But we can try it now. QA is tough because you get pigeonholed as QA. Right? In the similar way that it's hard for me to get full stack roles because I've been front end lead for so long. So whatever jobs you have are the jobs that you're going to get funneled towards. Yep. I do not recommend starting QA unless you like doing QA. There's a very common thread at meetups of people in QA and software engineering and test and some of those things, right? Like SDETs, etc., where they complain about the fact that they can't get out of the role that they've been doing. So, it's tough. Nah, even then, Antonio, if your resume is all QA or SDET, HR is going to see that and funnel you towards that every time. There you go, one plan. Then it's expected. Yeah, totally. All right, so let me pop this link open. That's the thing about this cold weather. The air is so dry. All right, here we go. There's the display capture. I don't know, OnePlane. I'm considering working for a Solana-based company. Just building projects with it. That sounds kind of fun to me. Right? Just as a dev advocate. That doesn't sound so bad. Alright, so let's do some of this. One sec. That would probably be how equity would be done, yeah. It's still a salaried role, though. They're not going to pay me in crypto. But it could be part of the bonuses. Or, like, equity. All right, so now we're going to try and record. Let's inspect element. Antonio, that is rare. That's like saying, yeah, I know someone who made it to the NBA. It's got to be easy then, right? Yeah, dude. That type of anecdotal evidence is not evidence of anything. Testing, recording. Will this work? Yeah, we should have seen some kind of result by now. Interesting. Recording. Will this work? Huh. And then it finished with blank audio. Huh. So it wasn't accurate. It had interesting instead of testing. Yeah. But maybe that's just the model I chose? Theoretically, yeah. There should be better accuracy with a larger model. We're gonna find out. Testing, microphone check. Hello. Will it blend? We see an array of 5 results. Static, microphone check, hello. Love it, blend. So I think that's like the flaw of our recording. Interestingly enough, there's also a flaw of it's sitting there waiting for like blank audio still for some reason. Static, microphone check, hello, love it, blend, end. So that's not accurate. I think that's a flaw of the recording that we're doing. If we were to listen to that audio, it would not sound good. But we can fiddle with and test that. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a really good idea. Ooh, maybe Glasses rated DM Mulroy instead? I'm not sure who he rated, actually. Maybe he didn't rate anyone. Not sure. Like, is there a delay? What's up, party? How you doing? Well, I mean, let's test it again. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, we'll see what we get out of that. Maybe a delay is the thing. And then we just show like a countdown. It's not a bad idea. Does take a while to process. That was a longer chunk than some of the others. It got the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's almost like the first bit doesn't get picked up, no matter what. That's not a bad idea there, Mr. Tumhead. All right, so one big thing is we're gonna wanna remove blank audio. Yeah, very interesting. Damn, Userin's killing it right now. Hell yeah, I'd love to see it. Okay, so the uploaded audio worked great. The recorded audio is not great, but I want to do one quick thing here too. So when we do this join, I don't think we end up needing the trim. We want to trim it here. And it's just blank audio there, but it looks like it has an underscore. We don't care if it's at the start or end. It being at the end might be what we're looking for, actually. Alright, so that's one part there. I think we will leave the static coming through, because static, I think, would at least hint to the user that there's something off about that. Eventually, instead of a text area there, we might actually want to do a rich text area so that we could color code certain things too. And that's where this will get especially tricky, but that's probably the better user experience, right? Color coding things and leaving red for, you know, making the text red or giving it a red background or something that makes it obvious that the audio didn't get processed right. And we do get confidence values from these things. So yeah, let's keep fiddling with it. So yeah, what I just did that you guys couldn't see because I forgot I was still showing the display capture there is I created this blank audio regular expression. We make sure it's at the end of the string, and we just check to make sure that this is not that, right? Because we are going to end up testing for that. We're scrubbing it, and then we've been putting blank audio in, but we want to just skip that. Then from there, we trim the string that we're passing in. And we're going to add some space between the strings when we concatenate them. From there, we need to go back to snippet here. And I would like to uncomment this, but that's the wrong thing. Shit. So this one we don't care about. The uploaded audio is good. This... Alright, so we messed up. Yeah, I wanted to keep the preview. Seems I got rid of that chunk. Do this, and then here, let's see how far back we can go. Oh, not very far. That's right. Because we rebooted. Well, that's a little cursed. And hey, Omar, thank you for the watch streak. Appreciate that. Thanks for shouting those out. I like seeing those. Chaotic. Does it say what yours is at yet? Have you had a chance to shout it out? All right, so here's the main gist. Won't let you shout it out till 60. I was just curious. Yep. Ooh, and they remembered that I had that before, so awesome. So hold on. How did we have this done before? Did I have to, like, URI encode it? Oh, really, Lone Wolf? That's a weird one. And hey, what's up, user? And I was just commenting on how large your stream was, man. You had a bunch of really good people in there. What were you chatting about with your guest? Code review series. Oh, that's fun. Nice. I can actually pass you this link. Let me comment out what we got here real quick. And I can make a demonstration for you. Review war. Oh, 5K Twitch celebration, 4K Twitter? Hell yeah. Yeah, I should celebrate those more. I don't even know what I'm at here on Twitch. Where do I even see that? How do I look that up? Oh, there it is. Oh, I definitely should have done something at 25K. It's tough, though, because I get hit by, like, the spammers every once in a while. So it's kind of like, you know, the follower number is sometimes BS. It, like, you know, the fake follows, right? The bot follows come in. They were targeting someone else, probably. Oh, it just happened to you, too? Yeah, it's so annoying. Or you're just saying you hit the number midstream. You hit the number midstream. I was talking about, like, you know, the spam follows. Because someone bought them, but they have to spam it to other people to create, like, a larger haystack, so you don't know who paid for it. I've been hit by those a lot. So, yeah, the follower count's a little tricky to care about. Yeah, the 5K, that's awesome. Real quick, let me shout out some follows. We got a few of them. So, Ammo Bite, Araz, Ojendev, Senius, Asosh, and Tolga. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome. I heard the news about Discord. You still good? And if you don't want to talk about that, I get it. Awesome. Hell yeah, man. I was, like, worried when I heard it. So yeah, glad you're there. Blockfee, thank you. And Batahan, thank you as well. But yeah, real quick, let me just show you this. If you got just like a minute. Okay, so it's not perfect. There's the link. I'm gonna show my version over here. Y'all can load it up. One thing to remember is you need to pick a model. Please don't pick the large one. Right, base or small would work. I think I'm currently using medium EN just because I wanted to test something. Oof, nope, it's not that one. I think it's just medium I had. Nope. Was it small? It'll warn you if you're downloading one that you didn't have already. Okay, there we go. That's the one I had. So what we can do is you could either choose a file. So I could say JFK here. We open it. And that's just a pre-recorded bit from JFK's Ask Not What Your Country Can Do For You bit. Takes a little bit to process. I don't have any good like UI about that. But it's going to process that audio wave file using Whisper in the browser. This is all WASM. This is all using WASM SQLite as well. And once it comes back here in a second, I hope. Hold on. Excuse me. It should come back any minute now. Or maybe I broke something. I think I broke it. Okay, no, there it is. Boom! Right? So yeah, and so my fellow Americans, blah, 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 joins together. Hey, we got it. But now what if we do the microphone? Now the microphone is where it's got some issues. If I do test, 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 is this working? Is this happening? Will it blend? Let's check it out. Yeah, all in the browser. It does take some time because it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. And wait, what'd you say, Lua? I must have missed it. Ah, he was using a server? Okay. So yeah, Lua, beat you to it. What? Theoretically, it is a bit slow. Yeah. It's not perfect. It depends on how many threads you have available. Right now, it's locked at 2 threads, just because if you consume more threads than you need, it's going to be real slow. But yeah, if I turn on a thread config, you could turn it up to like 8 or 12 or however many like cores you have, and that would actually speed things up for you. But right now, I have it locked at 2 because that's all I can do on my Mac Mini. Yeah, exactly. It depends on the performance of your machine. So you did it with the web speech API. Yeah. Yeah, the thing we're using is whisper.cpp. So as an example, whisper.cpp, this thing is the thing that has like the WASM output. And if we go down and find their demo, if I can find it somewhere. Oh, hold on. No, I got a different one. This one. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for chilling. I just want to explain it to everyone else now. You can actually go in and test theirs, and this one has the thread slider, so you can actually like increase your speed if you want. And you can crank this up to 16 if you want, you know? But yeah, no worries. Thank you for chilling. So this would get way faster, so try it. You can do it with a microphone or file still. On my Mac Mini, I have to do it at 2. If I crank it to any more threads than 2, it takes way longer than it should. It takes like 10 minutes instead of like 30 seconds. Oh, and yeah. Well, I didn't give you the link. Whoops. There you go. Yeah. So, yep. There you go. All on the web, all within your browser. There's no server involved. The one I'm making is just a proof of concept, and yeah, that'll be open source. But this right here is also open source. So realistically, just build what you want from this, and it'll probably be closer to what you're looking for. I pasted it again for some reason. But yeah, try this one out. Use your microphone, etc. You could even do it live. That's why they have these other versions. So you could actually use Stream and talk to it and have it like do your audio as you're doing it, which is pretty crazy. But yes, I will open source what I have for this so far, because this is just a proof of concept to see if it's possible. And then from there might be like a bigger and better thing. Yeah, go for it, Lua. 1 second. Yeah, sure. You're using fly.dev. Cool. Fly.io or whatever. Ooh, and another big thing, this only works in Chrome. They actually say it up here. Technically, it needs to support WASM SIMD, and Firefox can't load files larger than 256 meg. Yeah, kind of cool, Lua. For real-time captioning? Yeah, that makes sense. There was another streamer that made a real-time one back in the day, too. Oh, no, I see it. Like, chatting, your message was, you would think real-time would work better locally in the browser than having to talk to a server. It depends. Servers are, like, you know, more performance-tuned, and it depends on how much extra, like, headroom you have CPU-wise. If you're doing it on your stream PC, any bottleneck of the CPU will actually cause a drop of frames, which is not ideal. But yeah, pretty pumped. Oh, I gotcha. I don't think I saw the hello, Mr. Sir then. Yeah, you're right. That one got dropped. It was great to see the process. Yeah, it was fun. This is something I didn't do. This is their thing. But the thing that I'm making, are you saying you got that one to work? Oh, orderly test. Okay, perfect. And then over here, you did like tiny for the stream thing, right? Cool. Yeah, Firefox will work. You just can't load a file larger than 256 meg. So if you ended up using or trying to use like small or, you know, quantized medium, you'd run into an issue. The difference between the regular models and the quantized is the quantized kind of has a bit of extra overhead, so it might take slightly longer. Depending on the amount of time you need per month. Oh, is there like a limit to how much they allow you to translate or web speech or whatever? That's interesting. There's another tool that seems interesting too, called Pico Voice. I didn't have a chance to use it, and I haven't really needed it. We almost started using it. Oh, there's a pricing plan. That makes more sense. Right? And yeah, this one has a pricing plan too. Where do they have their pricing? There we go. Yeah. So this one gets pretty spendy. You start to pay per minute. Gotcha. Yeah, this one you get 5 hours a month of, you know, some of these. Up to 3 active users for some of these. But then if you really want like more, yeah, 1,000 hours a month for $500 a month. I think they would be better off having some type of pay-per-use, right? At least for like forever free users. If you're just a solo dev, this doesn't make nearly as much sense. But still kind of cool. Oh, I probably wanted to keep that around though. But let me close some of these other tabs that we don't need. So I don't think we need Mantine open right now. Whisper there, we got already. Yeah, exactly, chatting. Yep, it is not meant for solo devs, really. Which is a shame. All right, so let me clean some tabs up. Ooh, and I needed that one. Ooh, Google one's even more expensive? Yikes. All right, so the part that you're catching us on, oh, and now I'm peeking. I don't know what's up with this microphone. Hold on. Check, check, check. All right, there we go. Yeah, let's finish the Red Bull. It's almost 4, so I think we could hop into a lemonade. Everyone else still, oh, man. Still peeking, depending on what I say. 1 second. Check, check. All right. We're not peeking anymore. Now it's just not that loud. God, that is so weird. I think it's the cold, maybe. It's got to be the cold. But my voice is also kind of like all over, right? Let me know. Is it... like, when I do that, it's loud. But when I'm talking like this, it's really not that loud. So it's more about, like, when I raise my voice too much. But then sometimes when I'm a little quiet, it's not loud enough. How do y'all feel about the microphone right now? Am I having issues, or can I move on? Mic is fine? Perfect. All right, cool. Looks like I closed it. I think I closed it. It's as good as ever. All right, cool. Just double checking. I noticed I was peaking a little bit ago, and I lowered the gain by a good like 7 decibels, so that'll be audibly half as loud. So yeah, Alay, thank you for the follow, and Mike Ross, thank you for the follow. So, digging back into the fun bug we had, and this is something that I think I might even try and make like a little like YouTube vid about real quick, like, or like a short or something. It was blowing my mind. So, we're going to print message. Right? And just so you can see what's happening there, we're going to print the error message as well. I think we've been using base. Yep. So, let's clear these logs and you'll see what we're expecting. So we see custom print error, and they're all, you know, just after each other, right? And that's expected. That's what we're wanting. Even the print system stuff, right? All of it is on its own line. Cool, right? What if we were to throw new error, something broke? So we do that. And we'll do the same thing over here too. All right, so let's let it reload. We go back, I click base. We go grab a file. All right, so we see them single line, no problem. We're gonna wait for the return value of this. Oh, talking about peaking? Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to make sure we're not doing that right now. So I can yell a little bit, but when I'm talking quieter, it's not really that loud. So I need almost like an expander to push it up a bit. But let's see this error, right? So we see all of these individually on their own line. Cool, 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 cool. This should come back in like 10 to 20 seconds, somewhere in there. Ooh, you know what? How are we not breaking this now? We just had this broken, man. Let's do it at the top. Maybe that'll make things easier. Demos never work the way you want. So if I do that, and we go to base here, right? We can load in a file. And we see that every subsequent log is just concatenating to that now, right? So instead of individual lines being printed, it's just adding to the previous lines that it already printed. It took me forever to recognize that it was a failing test because we don't see any errors in here, right? So whatever's happening, the error is getting swallowed and not bubbling back up to our JavaScript. So if I were to throw a try catch, we would see what's going on. But here's the issue. When this function dies, the WASM doesn't clean up the string that it was previously using to print, right? There's probably some logic in there that empties out the string buffer every time that it sends, but it relies upon that send to complete successfully. If it doesn't, it just keeps pushing to that buffer. And it does it all silently. That took us a good 3 or 4 hours to actually troubleshoot. Right, including yesterday and a bit of today. And it was simple. We were calling message.test instead of regex.test. So we had the order of the thing we were doing the test function on wrong. But it was failing silently, and because we are in JavaScript land right here, we don't get any type hints. So yeah, it was cursed. But we figured it out. We got there. It works. So yeah, this was a fun bug, and I think it'd be a fun little like short. Part we want to deal with now is dealing with our recording. Basically, think about how the WASM code, or the C or C++ code, must be written. So they are appending result character codes into a buffer, and when the result is done, they take that buffer and convert it to a string, and then that string buffer gets sent over to this print. And this is basically the boundaries between the WASM and our JavaScript. So in the WASM, there is some C or C++ code that after it sends this print function, it then clears out that buffer so the next message is empty, right? It starts empty. If our function here throws, the context that that function is called in also throws, which means it never gets to the step to clear out the buffer. Does that make sense? Yeah, right? Yep, exactly the bread. So yeah, just imagine, right? Faux C code. It might look like, function send message, right? And here it will call module.print, not the string there, but combined buffer, right? And theoretically maybe like, let buffer equal that. There's some other thing that appends to the buffer from somewhere, send message, right? The send message function would then do this, right? We would call print and then buffer equals 0, empty array. If this throws, then we never get to this step. But it fails silently because it's happening over in WASM, not in JavaScript land, so you don't get a DevTools log of it. So every single call to module.print is just pushing every single new thing to that buffer and never clearing it out. Right? Like a super short, like fun, like, tricky bug YouTube video or like series would actually be kind of fun. I think that would actually be kind of fun. So yeah, funky stuff. I gotta figure out like a good format for it. So yeah, now our next steps. We need to get our audio working so that we can actually debug if we're recording audio properly. And that is this bit. That is something I'm doing wrong there, though. So hold on, let's look at what's in here. Yeah, it's a sneaky bug. Yeah, it's not a bad idea there, X Factor. But yeah, hold on. Lemonade time. Before we dig too deep into getting our recorded audio into an audio element so that we can play it back. All right, so they modify audio here. And they're turning the blob into a data URI. Yep, so that's basically it. Yeah, all right, cool. Got the basic gist. Let's pour a beverage. Spice it up just a little. Alrighty. Wait. So. Yeah, I don't know, X Factor. I could see Rox making a tool like that. Can't you? And yeah, what's everyone up to? You enjoying your Saturday? Enjoying a hazy IPA and chilling? Nice. About to fire up some Skyrim for the first time in 5 years, Archer? Hell yeah. Got any mods you're planning on using? If you're using, I guess, like the Legendary Edition, maybe some of those mods don't work? I'm not sure. You gonna have a lightsaber? I know that's one of the mods. That one's pretty dope. Yeah, it makes sense, Archer. I was just curious. I'm looking forward to a Starfield mod that adds back in some of the hardcore features that were taken out, such as fuel mattering and other things. I think that'd be cool. Oh, yeah, I hate that chatting on a yoinked phone. I really dislike that content. But there are people that do it on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. It's just the laziest thing. I hate it. Hold on, what else are we missing on this use effect, though? That one should be stable. That shouldn't be a problem. All right, but where are we doing a set audio? Aha, yeah. So we log that audio so we can see it. We process that audio there. And we have that audio now. What we need to do is, we're gonna have some other state. And this is gonna be a blob? No, it's gonna be a string. Yes, it's gonna be a string. right? So this is going to be audio string. The much more boring version of audio slave. Oh, that's fine, PC. I don't need to use that exact thing. We're doing og instead, which should be fine. Yeah, we're already encoding it to og, so we're set there. The fact that it tried to autocomplete that for us was interesting. It wasn't right, but it was interesting. All right, so const blob is new blob from audio, and this is where we pass the whatever, right? So audio AAC, we don't care about that. It's og that we care about there. So hold on, where are we doing that part? Oh, it's probably down in here. Just want to make sure I have the this part right. Boom. Hold on, I'm messing something up there. Chunks. Where are they appending the chunks? Yeah, the explosions are fun. Chunks.push data, that's on the data available hook there. Oh yeah. Yeah, so basically, Zachrip, if you see us not working on an issue that we had, it means we fixed it. Like, duh. Otherwise, we'd still be working on it. Zachrip, you just got here, so let me show you what the issue was. And for everyone else, it's an interesting one. Yeah, some people might be seeing it twice, but that's fine. We can do it on just one of these functions. All right, so this is the issue we have, right? Where it's concatenating these together. But why does that happen? Throwing some cryptic error? Oh, we're way past the cryptic error. Yeah, like way past. Dude, that was like days ago. Do you really think we'd spend multiple days on one error? Ye of little faith. Ye of little faith. Yeah, we're way past that one. So the issue here, though, is... Right, let's just save it. Let's show it working. Cannot use og. It's working for me. What browser are you trying this in? All right, so we see what the expected output should be. How were we getting this output? It turns out that we had an error. If we were to just simulate an error here, we open this up, and we see that print error is now concatenating all of the strings instead of opening up. That's fine, PC Locker. I don't need to convert it. That's okay, man. I don't need to convert, so we're fine. So, when we do that, it ends up concatenating all of these. So I should probably leave this as like a pseudo thing down here, just for example's sake. What's happening is, if we imagine, right, pseudo WASM code, right, or let's just say C code, C WASM code, right? Let's imagine that they're sending some of this, right? So they're gonna have a let buffer equal that, and that is what they're going to be sending over the wire to us, right? This is going to be coming from the WASM into what we're doing. So then, if we were to say that print is going to do, like, you know, those are not right. We're going to ignore that. We're going to say that there's going to be a step for the, you know, like, append new characters to buffer. Right? When it's ready, we want to send print or send message after converting to string, right? So that would be another step. But when we think about what this send message thing is doing, and technically there would be another step, which would be something like, you know, buffer equals whatever. So then buffer equals empty string. If our function here for send message throws, and send message is calling, right? If we imagine that this is a function, and in that body we do something like module.print, and that would be, you know, stringified buffer. Let's just assume that part happens. If this send message function bails out, that buffer never gets cleared out, right? So it just keeps appending to it, never clearing. Yeah, so it's like such a weird, tricky error. The main issue with it is that we never got a log value from here, right? We never got an error thrown because this function is actually being proxied into the WASM somehow. So the WASM is maybe swallowing any error inside of that. Because of that, we don't get any error message from this. Yeah, it's totally getting swallowed. Yep. So because of that, we were not seeing that we were messing up the order and how we were doing this. I was doing message.test with the, you know, the regular expression inside the function for test, rather than regex.test of the message. I had those backwards, but because this is a JavaScript file or snippet instead of TypeScript, it didn't warn us about any of that. So that's the fun part. There we go. Yeah, we got a troll over on the YouTube right now. But they're boosting my viewership numbers, so thanks. Yeah, I need to have like a better example of what's happening in the C code. I need to maybe just go grab their exact snippet. No, I've never done micro front ends. I don't think it's actually a good idea. I think there are very few use cases that actually make sense for micro front ends. Twitch is a good example. The chat could be a micro front end. That's fine. I think that makes a lot of sense. But the rest of the site, less so. Maybe the sidebar of recommended channels could be worth it. 1 second. So I'm playing music from this royalty-free playlist collection. Yeah, White Bat Audio is really good. Yeah, I think there are some places that abuse micro front ends when there are probably easier ways of managing that stuff. But I think there are definitely use cases for it. I have not worked on any application large enough to worry about that. I typically work on dashboard applications. Mr. Egregious, no matter what, this is how we have to wire up print. There's no way around that. This is how we have to do that. There's nothing else we could do about that, Mr. Egregious. Any of this logic we do here in print or print error, if it throws, will cause the bug that you just saw. So yeah, sometimes, Mr. Egregious, you are bound by the APIs exposed of the tools you're using. This is the API we have to use. Otherwise, we don't get any output from Whisper. Could we hack on Whisper and solve that maybe? Probably. But that's so far outside of scope for this project. That's fine, Mr. Egregious. I still don't think that helps us much. Like, sure, we could extract how we're doing this, this log, but yeah, I don't know. It could have helped, maybe. Even then, if dispatch event were to throw somehow, we'd have a problem. But I also think it's just overkill to process every message from Whisper. We could do it, sure, but what do we gain? I think here's an interesting part too, Mr. Egregious. Dispatch event doesn't work that way, like at all. So you would have an error with dispatching that event. Right? Like, that's not the right API. That error would get swallowed, and we wouldn't understand why we're having an issue still. Technically. So no matter what, any syntax error in this code is a problem. No. It makes sense there, Mr. Egregious, but technically, like, you know, the way you're doing dispatch event there, that's not how that works. And if you're not careful, all right, by wrapping in a try-catch and all that, it will fail silently and you won't have any idea why you're still concatenating things. Right? Because everything inside of here is getting swallowed. That is really annoying, right? But it's just what it is. No, I understand that, but you run the risk no matter what of any flaw in your code inside of these functions is going to lead to that confusion. So the less you do in it, the better, sure. But it still doesn't change the fact that there is a massive liability of any issue in this code silently throwing. Right? The biggest issue is that we're doing this within a script tag and an HTML file. So we don't get any TypeScript issue or completion. We don't get anything that makes it nice and easy to use. And we have to do that to make sure that this logic loads before this main.js. Right? So no matter what, there's room for a surprise, regardless of how we handle it. We could proxy over into React. It's not a React problem, though. It's a problem with this JavaScript right here. It would lessen the amount of stuff that we're doing here, though, so that's not a bad idea. Not bad at all. But we still end up having to wire this up somewhere. And that is probably what we'd end up doing in a more future-proof version of this, right? So you're totally right there, Mr. Egregious. We should probably do that eventually, but for this proof of concept, I don't think we need to over-architect how these events get proxied. Yeah, in the eventual thing, we might do that, but we're not doing it right now. PC Locker, the difference is we need to make sure that all of this logic runs before this gets loaded. But if we do our JavaScript here, right, our React code after main.js, then module isn't what we expect it to be anyway, and we run into issues. Because we need to instantiate it and have it available to us. There are definitely ways we could do it, but it's not that straightforward, and it's not worth caring about right now. I know I can do window.module in React code. I need this to be defined absolutely before this ever runs, and before this ever runs. PC Locker, we cannot. This main.js is the WASM code that's generated from whisper.cpp. This cannot be inside of the React code. This needs to run on its own separately. This needs to be defined before that code runs. And at that point, the React code needs to happen after all of that other stuff. There is an order of operations here that you really just can't fiddle with that much. We could monkey around and figure it out, but it's not worth the engineering effort, right? It would be over-architecting the problem. For now, this is a proof of concept, dude. I just said this right here, main.js, is compiled by C++. This is compiled C++ code generated to help us run WASM. this needs to be defined before this gets instantiated. This also needs to get run before this main.tsx tries to instantiate Whisper. There is an order of operations there. To fiddle with that too much is way outside the scope of what we're trying to do. We don't control what's inside this file at all. This is generated code. Locker, I'm going to time you out if you continue down this. It is not worth our time or effort, and I'm tired of talking with you about this. I'd rather continue being productive than argue with you about perfect code. How many apps have you shipped lately? You are letting perfect be the enemy of good. That's a problem, man. That's not good for productivity. I don't think you understand what a proof of concept is meant to do. The fact that we've had to ban you before and time you out multiple times is not a good sign, dude. All right, just like your comment about OG. It doesn't matter, man. We've already done it. We're already working with it. Right? Like PC Locker, you are overly pedantic about this stuff. Does it work? Then we're good enough. It's a proof of concept. Is what a quote? I don't even remember what I said. Probably, I don't know. Not sure. Oh, the whole letting perfect be the enemy of good? Nah, yeah, that's a quote for sure. I don't remember where I got it from. Yeah, no, that's like a very popular quote. I didn't come up with that. I wish I did. I use it a lot here in chat because we get a lot of pedantic individuals. It's software engineering, you know? You're going to deal with a lot of pedantic individuals. Often, you're going to meet them in code review. You're not even going to realize that they're overly pedantic until you see some of their comments. Yeah, you'll find a lot of people that love to over-architect problems, love to make code perfect, and they don't end up shipping, ever. Shipping is more important. Perfect code that nobody ever uses doesn't matter. Bad code that a lot of people use is way better than perfect code that nobody uses. There you go, Popa. Right? Actually, I like the kappa, thank you. I like the actually. It made it very obvious that you were being sarcastic and joking instead of just like sarcastic and not joking. So thank you. I appreciate all those little things that let us know that, yeah, you're just having fun. Which tool do I use? So I'm using OBS for Twitch, and then I have a different tool called SplitCam for YouTube because I start YouTube like an hour or so after I start Twitch. SplitCam's pretty good. I would recommend SplitCam. But I like the idea of splitting out the OBS and other platforms because I might want to, you know, start them slightly differently. I might want to stop one while continuing the other. Things like that. So I like having different apps manage each stream. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Egregious, right? It's a very common thing that you kind of want to not let the perfect coders, right? Perfectionists mess up your code review process. It will cause you to basically never get anything merged, or things will take days to get merged, and people will burn out because it takes so much effort to get past the gatekeeper. Now, sometimes you need a gatekeeper, but that gatekeeper needs to be very specific about the things they're gatekeeping. There's always nits and things that could be better. Could this variable be named better? Yeah. Should it block the entire PR, though? Probably not. Unless it's a really, really bad variable name. Right? Things like that. Code review is an art. Bad code reviewers slow down the process massively, and you need to rein them in, more so than worrying about bad code making it in. The big O for this function is awful. Can't merge it in. Nope, not gonna work. Dude, it fires once when a button is clicked. It's not in our render. It's not on the hot path. It's a single thing that happens once for one user's session, typically, right? Does it need to be optimized? Probably not. Right? Understanding which things need to be fixed is more important than fixing it. Yeah, dude, it fires once. Yeah, exactly, Tag Life, right? We don't even know we want to keep this. We want to get it out there and test it and see if users even use this feature. The longer we wait to get there, the more it costs us in time. Right? We don't even know if this feature is going to stick around. Why would we make it, like, perfect? Right? And again, perfect is subjective. You're totally right there. Sure. Totally right. And because it's so subjective, it makes it really hard to get code merged when you have perfectionists on your team. Exactly. Getting data that proves whether this thing you're building is even worthwhile is more useful than releasing a 100% feature. Right? Your goal, every time product comes down with a feature request, should be to figure out an 80% version of that feature. Is it perfect? No, not at all. Is it every single thing product is looking for? Nope. But does it solve 80% of your customers' needs? If so, let's get that 80% out there and see if they even use it. I know, theoretically, obviously they'll use it. You don't know they'll use it until you have data to back it up. The quicker you get that data, the quicker you can realize that you might be wasting time on a feature nobody wanted. Exactly, X Factor. Yeah, the whole blocking, non-blocking. That's why I'm a big fan of conventional comments. So if you've ever seen like fix, feat, whatever at the beginning of commit messages, conventional comments is similar. Yeah, I was made aware of this at the last company I worked at, And it's really good. It lets people know, hey, I mean, basically, in this context, if you don't have non-blocking, then it's technically a blocking thing, right? Or suggestions are almost always not blocking, or whatever, right? Like, you can have a document on your team that lets them know which prefix for your comment means what. And then with that convention, you can be way more productive. So yeah, huge fan of it. And don't neglect praise. Praise is huge. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point too. Always try and find something to praise. All right, so we get this blob right here. We don't need to do the array from audio. Let me look at their example over here, though. So chunks is just a regular array. Number is not assignable to blob part. And then this one, yeah, they really don't like this. Float 32 array is not assignable to parameter of blob part. So let me double check that. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we just need to wrap it. Duh. All right, so then blob, and then here, yep, we do that. And then here we set URL. Cody nailing it on that completion right there. So then audio string, this is audio string. All right, so let's look at this. And yeah, Robotic Head, Mr. Sir, ahoy hoy. Yeah, we good for gaming? I think Algo Bro might try and join us again. Yeah, he mentioned that, you know, he's in a better place now, like, you know, mentally he was dealing with some BS. And also, like, he finally, like, kind of understands the purpose, right? He finally understands like the goal of Baldur's Gate. So I think, yeah, he might be down to join. Ooh, let me do this. Wait, yeah, hold on. I think I got one slightly wrong thing here. Hold on. Let's look at what we got. I want to test something. So this is definitely seeming wrong, right? Our string is theoretically empty. Let's try and record an audio here. Recording audio now. Test, test, test. Yeah, let's see how it works. Right, we see some log values. We don't see audio string here update, though. Oh, no worries, Bob. Yeah, for sure. That's another Oprah moment for you. You get a conventional comment. You get a conventional comment. Yeah, we got something really wrong there. I feel like this is running really slow. Wonder if we ran into a bug somewhere. We're seeing result. I'm guessing at line 49? Oh, result there was undefined? Let me refresh here real quick. Test, test, test. Fun, so we broke something. I don't know what this time. Let me do this real quick. What did I just break? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Aha, okay. So yeah, there was something we were doing wrong about how we were setting that audio, and we should end up seeing the result. It's not going to be perfect, it's not going to be great even, but we should see something over in content here in a sec. It's running a little slower than it should because it's hard-coded to only 2 threads. But yeah, boom. So if you see in the logs here, testing, 1, 2, 3. We didn't get the first testing though. So that's what we need to actually figure out. Why are we getting really bad audio? Right? But we do see testing, 1, 2, 3. Takes some time. We need to report that to the user that things are doing something. Well, we're pretty good there. And what's up, chatting? What do you mean, what did I do? To make it work? Oh, I commented out this use effect that I think was doing something. I'm not sure what yet. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I keep forgetting to hide this. The part that we commented out was this use effect, where we're just converting the audio to an audio string to put inside of the audio player. So maybe our Popa, but let's just recognize that we had it to where we were hearing our recording previously, and it's not a good recording. So I'd like to double check and verify what we got going there. And worst case scenario, yeah, we just give like some kind of countdown timer to the user. We could do that. But let's get back to this and show it. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Will it blend? And here's the big thing, yeah, this conversion is not working. Converting that to... Converting that to a URL is definitely not right. That should be a much longer string. No, I think, like, countdown's required, even for the proof of concept, if we're not getting the first bit of code anyway. Yeah, it only got the will it blend, right? So that's what I'm getting at. We're doing something wrong with recording our audio, too. It's not just like the countdown at the beginning. There's entire chunks of it that aren't there. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So it's not just about the first bit. We're messing something up in our recording, and it's most likely the fact that this function we have right here fires way too often. Instead, we should most likely be putting the microphone stuff into a ref instead, right? Then we're not causing re-renders. This function doesn't get refired. We end up just creating this thing that kind of groups all this stuff together, but it's really just a single, like, instance. We don't need to have it re-render. There's no reason for that. So I think that's our big issue. Calling this as a hook when we're basically not doing anything hook-based besides these refs is a problem. We don't need these refs at all if we just simply only call this once when this page loads. Ah, damn it, I did it again. Sorry. It's this function right here. Use microphone is being called like a hook on every render of our component, when instead we should just do it as a ref that happens on the first render. Yeah, I keep forgetting to hide that. So yeah, I think that's our next step, but what I want to do first is make sure we can hear the audio. That way we can verify and show that it's not recording the whole thing. And then when we do get a recording, I want to make sure that we can actually hear every bit of it too. So first we need to get the reproducibility, like the verifier going, and then we can verify our fix. So we're not going to touch this function yet. What I need to do is figure out how to write this string. And I don't think object URL is the move here. Yeah, right? If we can hear it, we can also hear if we're like dropping the first X amount of seconds too. I don't think we are, but we can double check. So, a blob to a data URI. We should be able to do ATOB or BTOA. I forget which one. And that should be able to give us a data URI that we can pass to things. So yeah, let's look at a few others. Right. Yeah. I just want to find a good example of it because I'm lazy. Yeah, so we're going to take this and create a utility function out of it. We're just going to do it here. So blob to data URL. Yeah, const. Wait, what's up, Egregious? Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, that's past, that's, Stack Overflow for you, you know. Resolve, reject. Oh, and I'm messing that up. All right, so we got this blob to data URL function. It returns a promise. All right, what is this function? This is inner. All right, so const URL that looks about right to me. It's a promise that returns a string. All right, let me refresh. We shouldn't see the audio thing anymore. Boom. All right, so you see this browser now. We go base. What you gonna do with all that base? What you gonna do with all that base? Oh, and it hates it. So yeah, let me log that out too. So wait, does audio not use data URIs? We're gonna do that so it can wrap. So it pads it a little bit at the beginning. And we see a large enough string that should be working. All your base R belong to us. Yeah, that would work too. I know we had this working previously. I don't remember what our fix was. And it's at this point that maybe, just maybe, this isn't the right output. It's fairly chilly in here. It's not bad. All right, so we know that we're getting the blob properly. The create URL thing seems really off to me. Supported MIME types audio browser. Testing, testing, testing. And our player here still is not set for it. They end up yelling at us. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, we provide a prop, but we don't have an on change. That is fine. All right, so hold on. Yeah, I went and looked and tried to change the audio codec to audio WebM. We can make it even codecs opus. Let's try changing that. And we had it working before. I'm trying to figure out, like, I didn't keep around our play button. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so our input there is just no good. What is up with our audio there? So all I did was set this back to the audio OGG, just in case. I don't think this is actually even that up to date. Oh, interesting. So this person ended up making... Yeah, they ended up making like a getter for it, which is interesting. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah, WebM might be what we have to use. Even though it worked, and it is like working enough that we get audio from it. Yeah, okay, so Firefox supports the OGG. Fancy, all right. But we should probably be doing codecs, like audio WebM codecs equal opus. But hold on. This one supports the codecs equal to. So yeah, in Firefox, it's totally fine. In Chrome, it was not. Now, I still don't think this is our issue because we were getting the audio to play previously. But at least now it's technically correct. Right, PC Locker? So here's the biggest part. We're doing the audio context and we're already doing media recorder. We're doing data available on stop, on start, or some of this other stuff. Thanks, Locke. And Aconite, yeah, thank you for the follow as well. Hold on, definitely saw one of our trolls over there. Made sure to ban them before they had a chance to chat. All right, so once this finishes up, we actually end up having the blob. So maybe we just want to create another function that spits out the blob for us. Yeah, exactly. Pretty proud of it, actually. Already noticed it. Got it before they could even chat. They tried trolling us over on YouTube as well. What up, Akavenge? How you doing, Mr. Sir? And yeah, what's everyone up to? Oy. Just got home from dinner with the cousin. Nice. Let's do a lemonade. And yeah, so for some reason, we're not getting the audio we want out of this, but we should. So I don't get the issue there. If we just do the object URL thing, maybe it works. Hey, there you go, Mr. Egregious. Nice. $20 champagne. Nice. I don't think I've actually ever had champagne. I don't even know what it tastes like. It's good if it's not $20. Oh, I kind of figured 20 was cheap, but maybe not. Is it really just bubbly wine? Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna start just carbonating white wine for people. Boom, nailed it. Just hook it up to the gun at the bar. Yeah, we got champagne on the gun. Oh, it's cheap, that's why it's gross? Oh, I get it. Okay. I think that'd be hilarious, though, right? Oh, yeah, you want some champagne? Yeah. It's just the cheapest white wine we could get, and we carbonate it using the same stuff we use to carbonate the soda. Enjoy. Yeah, that's right. It's called sparkling wine if it's not from Champagne, France. But nobody obeys that rule. Yeah, in-house champagne, custom. Boom, right? Yeah, we could have a weekly special. Yeah, this week we got the $2 Chuck carbonated for you. You're welcome. No, that's actually not true, Glock. Have you ever heard of $2 Chuck? Oh, it's a good story. Hold on, do they have a thing? All right. Damn it, so they don't have the full story here. Hold on, $2 Chuck story. Hold on, so there's the true story? Ah, that's a bummer. So yeah, it starts back in the 70s. He moved somewhere, had a dream of bringing French wine to the US. Yeah, hold on. Dream came true. Like, dude, this is the worst. Oh, really? Hold on. Hold on. So I guess the divorce story is an urban myth. It is a myth. Ah, that's a bummer. I loved the story behind it. Damn it. So there's a famous tall tale of how $2 Chuck wine sold at Trader Joe's came to be priced so low. The story goes that Charles Shaw, owner of the wine label, kept prices low to undercut his wife in their divorce. Hold on. I want to hear like the full like myth instead. Damn it. All right, so the gist is, right, for the rumor that he was going through a divorce, and in the divorce, somehow his wife ended up getting all the profit from his wine company. So to keep any profit from going to her, he sold the wine at a loss or at break even, which is why it was $2. He didn't want to give up his winery, but he definitely didn't want to give her any extra money. That is false. It's not true. That's a bummer. But yeah, I've actually believed that urban myth for way too long. That bums me out now. Yeah, it's not true though. That's the worst part. So yeah, that's a bummer. Damn it! Damn it, Snopes! I'm always crashing my dreams. That makes sense, Lightspeed, right? Like, yeah, it'll turn into wine on its own anyway, right? They got to do stuff to it to keep it from turning into wine. So hold on, I feel like this URL is no good. All right, so let's look at this again. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Wait, what? Oh, damn it. Yeah. Whoops. Let's reload it. Let's try again. Oh, yeah. Penn and Teller also had a BS or bullshit episode in which they put sommeliers against cheap and expensive wines, and none of them could actually accurately predict expensive versus cheap wine. Not a single sommelier actually like passed. Maybe not a single, but like, dude, like the overwhelming majority of sommeliers couldn't tell the difference between good and bad wine, or expensive and cheap wine. Yeah, Penn and Teller's bullshit was great. Test, microphone test. Yeah, that one's fine there. Why is this not playable anymore, though? So something's going massively wrong with this audio. Audio source equals audio string. Let me try this. This will be just audio ref. All right, so then in here, oh, and you guys are still seeing this. So all I did was create an audio ref. Damn, I gotta remember to hide the overlay here. Test, 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 hide this overlay. Yeah, we're not getting this audio playable. Let's look this up. Audio element blob. Glock, are you saying to get into web dev? Oh, I might need to call load. Okay. Let's look at it again. Testing, testing, testing. We see the audio, we see the buffer, we see all that. This blob URL just doesn't seem right to me, though. Yeah, it's good, Nate. How are you? How was the raid? How was the PC repair, actually? All right, so what I'm going to try here is the old blob to data URL. Just need to reset CMOS? Yeah, that can be annoying. Why did you need to reset CMOS, though? That's usually not a good sign. Resetting the CMOS fixed it? Yeah, that seems weird. So what did you do in your BIOS? Because CMOS is basically just your BIOS settings. Right? Have you been fiddling with that? Did you change anything? Did you install some drivers that needed to like flash the firmware somehow? I'm curious about that. Yeah. Hold up. Do you have a, like, here's my next recommendation for you. You probably need to put some type of, like, sine wave converting power supply in front of your PC. All right, so what I'm getting at is you might have dirty power, and dirty power could be sending fluctuations of like bad electricity with various like, you know, voltage like fluctuations, etc., that can actually like reset your BIOS or do things to your BIOS that mess it up. It can fry your power supply. It can do all sorts of stuff. So I would recommend, bare minimum, you probably want to have a universal power supply, right, or an uninterruptible power supply, you know, between your PC and the wall anyway. I would recommend investing in a pure sine wave or at least some other kind of sine wave, you know, like massaging power supply. I've lived in places with bad power and it's killed video cards for me. It's killed memory, right? All sorts of stuff. So yeah, like dirty power could definitely be a thing. I would recommend getting something that can actually like clean the power going into your system. And the easiest way to do that is to get a power supply that does that. Yeah, I've had it kill memory for me. Now I have a UPS. I have 4 UPSs in this room. Like all for like my entire setup. My gaming PC, my camera, all this stuff. And I get about an hour before things die. Technically, one of them is loaded differently than the others, so that one dies quicker, and I think that's the one with, like, the important stuff on it. So that one gives me, like, a half hour, maybe. But yeah, I've got some decent ones. Costco, I don't know if they still sell them, but yeah, just make sure that you get one that massages the sine wave as well as providing battery backup, because then you get everything. I used to have some just like power strips that massage the sine wave, and one of those burnt out because the power was that dirty. So yeah, like dirty power is dangerous. Like for any of your electronics you care about, really dangerous. So think about it this way, Metageza. Some houses are built back in the 70s, and the electrical system has never been upgraded. Sometimes the effect of a mouse chewing on wires can cause dirty power. All sorts of stuff can cause dirty power, but it's typically not from the power grid. It's actually in your house where the power is terminating that you end up getting the dirty power. From the power grid, it's fine. But then, once it starts going through your house's wiring, that's where dirty power tends to happen. So in old houses, you have that issue. In bad apartment complexes, you have that issue. Things like that. Metageza, you can absolutely have this same exact problem in old houses anywhere in Europe, too. Yeah. Right? A mouse that chewed on the wire and exposed it slightly, and now just various atmospheric things, such as like even humidity, could cause it. Yeah, that happens. Oof, that's gnarly chatting. But even then, basically, the UPS that massages the sine wave will also protect you from those surges as well, right? You can think of like a quality UPS as a surge protector as well. So I would recommend getting something like that if you care about your PCs. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened to Nate Codes, but it's entirely possible. And I'm not sure what tools you would get to detect dirty power. Typically, the easiest way to detect it without like an actual like detector is if your speakers kind of like output weird sounds when you turn your stuff on and off, right? I'm not saying the machine connected to it. I mean, the fact that it's plugged into your wall and turning on and off some other appliance causes your speakers to make some sound. Yeah, you might have dirty power, right? If it's not even like the PC that's connected to the output, if it's just the electricity messing with your speakers. Yeah, that's one way of kind of detecting that. And I'm not talking about the sound when, you got a phone call coming in and it goes like did-a-dit, did-a-dit, did-a-dit in your speakers. That's a different thing. That's just interference. That is not related to dirty power typically. That's almost like a grounding issue. Oh, light speed. I mean, it's typically like an older school problem, but you've never heard that before? Right? Oh man, you can actually hear that happen before the phone call comes in. You're sitting there watching some show and you hear it, dit-dit-dit, dit-dit-dit, dit-dit-dit. You know a call's about to happen, but it's before your phone even starts ringing. It's gnarly. Who here's ever had that happen? I can't be the only one. Oh yeah, that happens, chatting. Honestly, if it's super old, it probably doesn't even have like the sine wave like massaging feature anyway. Yeah, exactly, Robotic Head. Yep. Yeah, haven't heard it that much lately. I think it might be due to the different like bands that we hear audio on. It was very common with GSM modulation. Ah, right, and a lot of our cell phone network is no longer GSM, right? I'm pretty sure. Right, GSM wouldn't support 3G or 4G or any of that stuff, right? So basically, as networks upgraded to 4G, that GSM problem went away, I think, right? Yeah, UMTS. Yep, okay. Just making sure. I thought I remembered that stuff, but, you know. My memory's good, but if I haven't used the information, sometimes it gets corrupted. I might have some dirty power going to my brain. Yep. Yeah, so 4G fixes that problem, basically. So that's why most people nowadays haven't heard that sound, because GSM is way out of favor. That's good to know. Yeah, exactly, goat meal. It's crazy. Yeah, one of those things you don't even think about until someone mentions it, and you're like, yeah, that used to happen all the time. No, it doesn't. Weird. But yeah, how you doing, Cyrix? Yeah, thank you for confirming that. Are you in the telephony industry? You turned my Prius into a nightmare. We will have sex in your car again. It will happen. You're just old. No, that's fine, Cyrix. Yeah, no worries. My dad used to work in telephony, my mom as well, so I know all sorts of stuff about like the 1-800 system that people just won't know. So yeah, like sometimes when you're that close to telephony, you learn stuff that really goes over a lot of people's head, or like they never even thought about the reasoning, you know. GSM was the network for Verizon, like definitely. Like Verizon had to do a big old switch over to 4G. It's why Verizon had to have their own specific iPhone, because they were still supporting GSM. Now they don't need to worry about that. You can take any iPhone to Verizon. But back in the day, there had to be a Verizon-specific iPhone to work with their network. Oh, wait, Ooh, now I'm not sure. Ooh, now you're probably right. I'm wondering if GSM and CDMA always had, like, did they both have the same problem then? That might be it. You might be onto something there. So now that we're on 4G, none of them have that problem, but I'm wondering if CDMA also had that issue. Sirix, do you remember that? I don't know. I definitely remember having the issue with Verizon, though. But you're right. CDMA was the reason there was the iPhone for Verizon. You're totally right. I'm remembering that now for sure. GSM was the AT&T. But I feel like CDMA had the same, like, interference issue. I could be wrong, though. Ooh, chatting on a yoinked phone. Yeah, another really good tool for that stuff is RStudio. We haven't heard from them in a long time, but there was someone named, their name is such a good name, Delicious Flaming Yawn. Oh, I spelt it wrong. Right, but if you say it fast, it's Delicious Filet Mignon. Right? Genius name, but they actually work in data recovery. And they've even like pointed out that RStudio is great. So yeah, for data recovery, RStudio is amazing. The problem is when you have a bad file system, and when I say bad file system, I mean APFS is really bad. Before 3G, you could hear the noise sound, right? So whether it was GSM or CDMA, just anything before 3G. So to me, that actually seems like it's more of like a frequency issue, right? Because, you know, 4G operates on a totally different like frequency band. Samsung firmware bug or it got fried. I had an issue where it might have been the Samsung firmware bug, I don't know, but I had a drive die, and that's why we don't work on StreamPaired anymore, why I can't change anything about it. When that died, I couldn't recover much of anything because APFS does things funky. If I'd been using HFS, I'd be fine. But I was using APFS on an external drive, and you should not do that. Don't do it. Delicious Flaming Yawn it actually confirmed that with us. Do not use APFS on external drives. There's just something with it. HFS plus journaling is more robust anyway. APFS is just faster. But yeah, for data recovery, RStudio is amazing. Like, really good. Heavily recommended. Oh, wait, hold on. This is the IDE. That's not what I'm looking for. Damn it, do I have the name wrong? Maybe it's not RStudio. Damn it, hold on. It's this RStudio. This RStudio is the data recovery tool. Oh, really, chatting? That's actually interesting. I didn't even think about that. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, Glock. You're going to really need to get good at researching these things because we don't know where you live and we're not going to do the search for you. So instead, you need to research where you can possibly work. Do you need a visa to work for certain countries? Well, yeah, I wouldn't shoot for those nearly as much. Right? Where can you actually get hired and look at what languages they use in their region? What is most common there? So you're going to have to do some research that we can't answer for you. And I wouldn't trust anyone to answer for me anyway. Well, then you're already... Right? Beggars can't be choosers, man. Right? If we had told you something you don't want to use, it doesn't matter and you're just wasting our time. So you've got the research. You've done it. Just figure it out, man. But don't want to learn Python? Why? It's just a language, man. Learning a new language should be really easy as you get better at dev because they all do the same things. It's just different syntax. There's slight differences in how they do some things, but man. You gotta have faith in yourself there. Sorry, Glock. It's just a language. It's just a tool. Could you imagine being a carpenter and meeting someone who just hates using rubber mallets? Ugh, it's just the worst. I hate them. That's so weird. That is so weird. Right? It basically means they're a really bad carpenter because caring about your tools that way is gross. If you let your preferences for the tools you like to use get in the way of actually producing things, you're a bad whatever it is you are. All right, let's pour another beverage. We got a little bit of time. I do need to use the restroom. I got enough water, so I'll be right back. I'm going to go turn the oven on because I think I'm going to do chicken pot pies for dinner because they're nice and easy and quick. No, definitely not, Cyrix. You'll never get anyone to accept your assembly on a COBOL project. All right, I'm back. Oven is heating. Yo, Costco hot dogs are delicious. They have good chicken pot pie. When you say they, like, the best chicken pot pies, do you mean, like, the frozen ones? Or do you mean, like, buying them from, like, the food court? And yes, Robotic Head, they're still $1.50 here in the US, at least. They will never change that because it's one of the things that actually gets people in the door. They can take a loss on hot dogs for days because they make their money from just getting you into the place. If you're heading to Costco for a hot dog anyway, you might as well pick up some more toilet paper or something, right? There are stores that call themselves dollar stores, but it's really $1 and up. Yeah, popcorn at Target is a loss as well. Yep. My dad used to go to Target just to pick up some popcorn. Like, seriously. Yeah, for sure. And if he's there already, well, maybe he picks something else up too. It's genius. Yeah, very smart. It's like popcorn at the movie theater. Yeah, popcorn at the movie theater is actually their moneymaker. Never mind. It's not like popcorn at the movie theater. Real quick, I missed some follows. I'm sorry, I'm slacking. Glock, we shouted out. Aconite, I think I shouted out. Husey, I don't know how to pronounce your name. If you give me a hint on how to pronounce your name better, I will do it better. For sure. Brutal chatting. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, it sucks how Samsung is really not what they used to be. Right? They used to be the provider of really good memory of various kinds, right? SSD, etc. Nowadays, not so much. I think at one point, there was like a majority of SSDs out there in the world that were actually even produced by Samsung. Oh, there you go. Yeah. No, and yeah, hold on. Was that you, Goat Meal, that asked a minute ago too? I might have forgotten to answer. We got onto some tangents. But yeah, was that you that asked, Goat Meal, or is there someone else that I need to address to? Okay, all right, just making sure. Interview process is going well. I got some good news yesterday of going to the final steps with one company, and another one, which had been sitting on my application since like November, actually got back to me about a dev like advocate role. So I got an interview for that one coming up on Wednesday. The final like steps for the one company that I don't necessarily want to dox, where I did the 2 interviews that I nailed it, and then the next interview the next day, I was a little on the fence about how I did. That one is the one that's like, yeah, let's do final steps, and we got that one scheduled, and we'll see when that happens. And then there was another interview where, like, you know, got an offer, and I requested an extra 2 weeks to figure things out. Again, seems like a great company. I'd love to help them out and do stuff here on stream at some point if they want. But their offer's a bit low, and if it comes down to it, that'll be what we end up discussing as, like, maybe offers come in from the others. But I didn't want to push back and negotiate about the rate until it's, like, relevant, you know? And they were happy. They were stoked to actually extend the offer duration. They appreciated my transparency, which is nice. But yeah, they seem really cool. They seem like great dudes. It seems like it'd be a really kind of fun and cool job. But again, if I could do some dev advocate stuff for more money, that sounds pretty good. Because again, it would give me a dev advocacy like line item on my resume, which will help get my foot in the door for other dev advocate roles or DevRel in the future. And I kind of think that DevRel dev advocacy is going to be harder to like outsource to AI anyway. So yeah, that's a little more like future-proof in my eyes. So I'd like to get my foot in that door. But yeah, oh man, the dev advocate thing would be in like the Solana ecosystem, right? Like, so it would be crypto based, depending on how you feel about that. That might be an immediate no from you. But the job would be building side projects here live on stream, making video content and blog posts about those side projects, and then going and speaking at conferences. That's awesome, right? They did scare me a bit. They're like, yeah, so would you be willing to travel once every 2 months, maybe once a month? And I pushed back on once a month. That sounds like a nightmare. But once every 2 months, yeah, I could travel. That's no problem. I'll need to get my my passport, but, you know, during the first 6 months while I'm ramping up anyway, probably don't need to send me internationally. But yeah, like, the dev advocate thing, I'd love to do that. That'd be really good. DevRel, dev advocacy, same idea. Coppinger's killing it? Did he get a raid? Yeah, it looks like he got a raid. Who raided him? Sapabap. AF Mello remembers the Sapabap. Nice. Yeah, who were the raids? I'm curious about that one. Was Spiro one of them? Or is Spiro still going? Juicebox and Settlix. I don't know Settlix. Cool. All right, so yeah. We're taking our sweet time. Mainly because I don't understand why our audio is not being passed to this audio element. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, what was the 3% thing? So Owen, I don't think it's an app. I think he's making a course. I think his best bet is to involve as many people as possible in that course, right? Like guest stars for like sections of the course. I think that's a great idea. If you could bring on some of the bigger people like Theo or Prime or whatever, I think that would be worthwhile. Oh, 3% dead sectors. Oh, that's rough. I thought you were saying there was like a 3% failure rate for those NVMe drives, which is actually not that bad. Oh man, hold on. Oh, I forget which company. Is it Cloudflare that releases this? But SSD drive failure stats. Backblaze. Backblaze publishes these stats, and it's really cool of them. Right? Certain brands or models of Seagate are better or worse than each other. So hold on. Drive failures. And I don't know what AFR here stands for. But yeah. Oddly enough, Samsung isn't even in this list, which I find interesting. Dell is most likely not their own drives. It's most likely made by someone else. AFR is average failure rate. There you go. So yeah, some of these have a 0% failure rate. Woo-wee, that is solid. But once you go to 2 terabyte, 7% failure rate? Yikes. Hold on, let's look. Boot optimized storage solution. How about this? Who makes Dell SSDs? So it could be anyone from Samsung, Kioxia, like basically anyone. It could be basically anyone. Yeah, that's funny. That's actually kind of funny. But yeah, hold on. Do they link to the Backblaze article? They have blog posts. Where are they at? Show me the blog. Show me the blog. All right, so this is for their vaults. That's different. The fact that they regularly like publish results and stats and some of this stuff is really cool, actually. Boom, Q3 2023. Here you go. Excuse me. So yeah, November 14. That is like 2 weeks after the quarter ended. So I would bet that Q4 results are going to be coming out somewhat soon. "22 terabyte drives are here." Wow, so Seagate has actually turned things around. That is kind of news to me. Seagate, from my previous, looking into this, has actually been terrible. But it looks like it kills it now. I'd love it if they reported this as like a thing that we could like sort and filter by clicking things. That'd be way better. It's so crazy to me that some of these have way higher failure rates, like 12% on the 12 terabyte, but it's way less drives too. So I think that's just an issue of how many drives they have. So that's a different thing. Okay, right, I would bet over like a large enough aggregate. These ones are fine. Yeah, man, I really love the fact that they publish these results. Hold on, let me double check. Let me just paste it one more time. Let me paste it for YouTube as well. There you go. Yeah, really cool. Just awesome. Really nice of Backblaze to actually do that. My guess is they don't use Samsung because maybe Samsung's too expensive? I don't know, that's weird. Oof, that's brutal, chatting. What is your region? If you don't mind saying. No worries about it. Algeria. I don't know, man. Like, some people just don't want to say where they're from. I just wanted to give you the out. Like, no stress. Yeah, some people really don't want to dox where they're at. I just want to make sure that you're aware that you don't have to tell us. I know, but there's 66 or 65 other people here. Are they all your buddy too? Like, I don't know. They're like, maybe they are. I just wanted to make sure you still had that, like, the option to decline. That's all. I know, that's fine, but some people prefer not to even dox that. Yeah. That's fine, man. No worries. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, no worries, X Factor. Yeah, we'll see ya. I won't be live tomorrow. Tomorrow is a day to do YouTube stuff. I need to really do some YouTube stuff. I think I got a couple videos we could record. I want to do the one about that bug, like the tricky bug. I think tricky bugs as a series is going to be a fun one. I also want to record some of the content for an AST video. So yeah, we'll be doing that on Gaming Stream tomorrow. So tomorrow I will not be here. I will be over on Gaming Stream. Everyone else that doesn't know about that stream, there's the link for you. Yeah, I think tricky bugs that I have personally experienced and how we got through them would actually be some really fun content. It's like, you know, shorter form as well. It'll be like a minute or two, maybe, right? So yeah, I think that's really good. I like the idea. If I can get it short enough, we can make a YouTube short out of it by like cutting and splicing it. Yeah, I like the idea. I think it'd be fun. And we deal with enough of them that, yeah, like, it'd be good. I think YouTube Shorts are a minute, whereas TikTok, we could do, like, a couple minutes. I'm pretty sure YouTube Shorts are, like, 60 seconds max. Oh, it'd be pretty easy with some like editing techniques. Yeah, I think it's actually like within a minute kind of bug. Are these actually buttons? Oh, Billy button. Oh, Billy button. What? All right, no, it's Billy the HTML blob. All right, that makes more sense. Right? Yeah, Billy button's a good class name. I like it. Solid. That's branding. Who says naming classes for CSS is hard? He's got a nice long blog post that I just really don't want to read the whole thing of. So yeah, we're gonna move on. Yeah, I'm not sure what the bug here is. All we want to do, if it's not obvious, is we want to be able to record audio. We can't do that here on this machine because I don't have a microphone at the moment. I'll pick one up tomorrow. It's been at the P.O. box for like a week. I got some other stuff to pick up there too. But even when we show this display capture, and I refresh, and we record some audio, we get a URL of that audio just fine. Testing, testing, testing. Right? And we get a file with a bunch of stuff at the beginning of it, but we do get audio from that recording, right? So it's about 77K worth of audio that was recorded, and we're throwing it into a data URI. We are base 64 encoding that data, but this audio element doesn't want to play any of it. So, yeah, what's the deal, man? We're doing two different types of conversion. So yeah, let me hide this so you can see it. The gist or the idea is that we have two different ways of converting this to a URL that should be playable. Right now we're doing a data URI, which is different from the URI that we would generate with url.createObjectURL. So technically, if I were to comment this and do that, sure, we'll save it. And what we end up seeing is that. Right? We get a URL. Sure, why not? I don't think we can just copy that and load it. We're definitely going to try. Oh, hold on. That's a little trickier. But yeah, the main gist is that this like object URL is a little different than what we're expecting, but it still doesn't end up loading. Right? We get a 404 not found because it's just not a URL that our router handles. But I feel like that should still be applicable. Like it should still work. Right? So our router is breaking that. I'm wondering if we just need to remove our base URL. Right? If we do URL dot... Oh, wait, hold on. Does this give us a string? It does give us a string. We don't get anything from that. Ooh, I actually needed new URL there. And then from here, we can do path name. And let's see if that does anything we're looking for. Oh, and yeah, you didn't see any of that stuff I was doing, but really that doesn't matter as much. So yeah, the code doesn't matter. Testing, testing, testing. Oh, here's the interesting part. We actually saw test, test, test come through. It just wasn't playable. Wait a minute. So hold on. We're still getting the ngrok.app. What up, Bay Lighter? How you doing? We're going to let this finish. Hold on. I just want to see the output. The thing that you see me, I just typed that there at the bottom. Actual URL is then new URL.pathname. And then what if I do new URL from the .pathname? Are we good to go? So here's the fun part. We don't see the final result make it into content right there. Yeah, I don't think any of this is actually it. I think we're just fiddling with it just to see what's happening. So, I think we're at another good stopping point. We got through the issue we had yesterday for sure. For sure. It was good. We got through the issue we had yesterday. The issue we have today is that we can't seem to get audio playback working from our recorded audio. But we should. So there's something weird going on there, man. We're making progress. We fixed the bug we had and left off on yesterday. We fixed the bug we had before that, which is fine. And we're actually getting some decent audio recording output. However, I still think our recording is not what we intended it to be. I got one more thing I want to test first. So we're going to comment out this entire use effect. Don't need that. That means audio string will never be set, so we'll never see that. No, I do think it's actually missing chunks. So what we're going to do is refactor this. Instead of use microphone, it's going to be get microphone. Or yeah, no, I'm okay with that. So what we want to do right, instead of this, we're going to comment that. Oh, you know what? Hold up. That useRef was already firing way too many times. We already had it inside of a use effect. Or inside of a useRef. What did we rename it to? Get microphone? Yeah, the crazy part is that we were already doing the thing I was thinking was gonna fix stuff. But we see use microphone, right? This log that we have at the bottom getting called a lot. All right, so the main gist here is really that that should only ever be called once. So I still want to do something like const that All right, let me look at this real quick before we go. We got it running over here. We're gonna do a refresh. We see used microphone still getting called a bunch. right? So here's the, right. So hold on. What I might... yeah, so this is probably the good place to end up to think about things. We see use microphone getting called a bunch, right? The main gist is I thought use state was only going to call that bit once, but no, that's not the case. Right? Use ref should have also only called it once, but we saw that get fired a bunch. Instead, we could do a use effect that fires only ever once. I'm going to copy that. This is then going to have a start and a stop. Right, so this would be set microphone. All right, let me clear. Let's look at this. So we're gonna refresh. We don't see use microphone called yet. We see it called once. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh, and it's totally broken. Oh, but... yeah, we broke all of this when we made these. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, what we need to do down here is instead of the .current stuff, Okay, let me refresh. So all I did, damn it, I keep forgetting to hide this thing. So all I ended up doing here, I made a mistake and still had the .current stuff for these, which means they were still like trying to be use refs. We don't need those use refs. So let's go back and look at what we got. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. So we only saw one microphone call, which is good. We should see a result here in like 10 to 20 seconds. Testing, testing. All right, we see one log come through with all the audio we cared about. Or not all of it, but the part we cared about. Testing, testing. Music? So we may still have something wrong with the audio buffer. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3. Microphone check. Is this working? What's up, Dirky? Dirk. There we go. Birds chirping. Birds chirping, working? I don't know. Yeah, right? It hurt. It is way too cold for birds right now. So yeah, I don't know what the issue is there. We're going to have to figure that out. But it's 6:30 and I want to be ready for gaming with Robotic Head and Acorn and hopefully maybe even Algo Bro if he's down for it tonight. Yeah, I don't know, right? We can't hear the audio to actually know what the problem is. So like, that's our next step. We got to figure out what the actual audio file is. And that's the part we were trying to do that is still currently failing. We have seen that there's only the one call to get microphone though. So that's good. The problem is bass whisper? Maybe. No, we've had better results from it for sure. I don't think whisper is the main issue. I think the way I'm recording audio is the problem. Because if we were to simply choose an audio file like JFK's, ask not what your country can do for you, it works great. Nails it. So I think it's still actually due to how we're doing our recording. What up, Swifty? Hey, been a little bit. It's going all right. Kind of. We've got the WASM working-ish, but recording the audio is not working. But we see that it got the entire audio just fine via whisper. So now this is a problem of how our recording of audio is working. So audio recording, still an issue. Not sure what I'm doing wrong. Things have been rough? Oh, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, that's a bummer. I'd recommend heading to Seattle JS and just hanging out and chatting with people if you feel the need to get out of the house and, be social. Seattle JS happens once a month and it's great. I'll see you there if you ever want to chat. Ooh, hold up. Well, I mean, you still got the wrench, so you weren't part of the problem, right? Right? You weren't part of, like, the recent thing, which is good. I'm glad you're still there, man. Ooh, lost your team and your sister team? Yeah. Yeah, Juicebox has a similar story. Like, most of her team got axed as well. It's because you're a really good dev, right? Obviously. Best on your team? I don't know. We don't need to say that. But yeah, enjoy your trip to Europe. We're going to go raid someone because I need food in my belly. And we're going to leave this issue for Monday. No, I bet they did. Yeah, that's a bummer, Swifty. I'm sorry, man. If you want to hang out and chat, I'll be over on gaming. Right? So, yeah, anyone that wants to hang out and chat, I'll be over on gaming channel tonight. If the bot decides to respond. There we go. Thanks, Nightbot. So, yeah, I'll be over on Griffing and Chill tonight. We're going to be playing some, I know, super delayed. We're going to be playing some Baldur's Gate 3, the evil playthrough. But I need to get some food in my belly, and those things, yeah, the pot pies I'm going to make take like 40 minutes to make, so I got to get those in like now. So let's go raid somebody. Oh, wow, Spiro's actually been going the entire time since we raided yesterday, basically? Whoa. Whoa. Like, gnarly, man. Let's go raid the Coppinger. So yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a great day today. We solved some bugs. We got some stuff done. We hung out. We chatted. I had some lemonade. And yeah, we're going to go hang out with the Coppinger. Everyone over on YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Just massively helpful. So thank you. Appreciate it. So YouTube, later. And yeah.